The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Young. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Lord, thank you for another opportunity to come before your people just to say thank you. We thank you for the grace you have given us. We thank you for the life you have given us. We thank you for the gifts of opportunity and options. We thank you for the gifts of service. And we thank you for the heart to serve. Lord, we understand that there's so much going on in the world right now, so much going on in the Commonwealth, in our communities, and our families. We pray that you remind us to take a pause and be reminded that you are in control of it all. We pray that you ease our hearts. We pray that you ease our anxieties. And we pray that you keep us focused on the goal, which is to remind us all that humanity still matters. We are people serving people. We are here to serve others. That's where we get our greatest reward. Remind us that none of us was created over the other. We are all created equal. Remind us that the chaos is loud and the noise is loud, but you are louder and you are stronger than any other force. Remind us that when we are not in the mindset and in the heart space to do the right thing, that you remove us and you quiet us, you sit us down until we can be obedient to service. Help us be better leaders, help our government, help us be better people, and we pray that you continue to help us help each other as we are all looking to make sure that we are growing and investing in our Commonwealth. In your name I pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the journal from Monday, June the 8th, 2026 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, we have a special order of business today. We have a swearing in shortly. We'd like to acknowledge our guests. Chair asks the whips to have our colleagues take their seats so we can acknowledge our guests and get to our special order of business this morning. Colleagues, This morning, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, our colleague that serves as neighbors in Lancaster County has some very special personal guests. We are appreciative to Representative Cutler for bringing onto the floor this morning his brother-in-love, Dan Nye, along with his nephew, Tommy, who are here visiting the Capitol. They are all the way from Utah. Let's give them a warm welcome. Welcome. It's always an honor to have former members on the floor of the House. And this morning, my good friend, big sister from Delaware County, she is a West Philly girl, as many neighbors in Delaware County. And she served her neighbors for quite a while here in the State House. She was our fearless chair of state government during a tumultuous time known as 2020. Please welcome former member, retired Representative Margot Davidson, who's to the left of the speaker's rostrum. Welcome, Madam Chair. Our colleague that serves her neighbors in Fayette, Representative Krupa, has a special guest that just arrived to the Hall of the House. This morning, we have from Fayette, Mahalco, and the committee is, I'm assuming, in the gallery. Madam Cole Queen, please stand. Thank you for your hard work. Welcome. Our colleague who serves her neighbors in Allegheny and Washington, Representative Mihalik, has some very special guests in the back of the House this morning. She has two of her children here today. We're thrilled to welcome back Dresden and Nyla, along with their friends Madeline, Isabel, who are here for a visit with these young people from the community and from her family. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. The chair has some special guests in the back of the House today. We're excited to welcome the 2026 class of the Pennsylvania Association for Justice Diverse Mentoring Initiative. This is a summer associate program that pairs first-year law students with our top plaintiff firms around the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The chair had the privilege of meeting with these awesome students and looks forward to seeing what they will do in their legal careers in the years to come. 2026 class of DMI, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague who serves her neighbors in Blair County, Representative Verobish, has some special guests in the back of the House. Today we welcome Lori Patterson, a preschool teacher at Bishop Guilfoyle Academy back home in Altoona. Her kindness and commitment to early childhood education have impacted so many families down through the years. Representative Verobish is especially grateful personally because this teacher, Miss Lori, has taught both of her students, her daughters, Samantha and Amelia were her students. We thank you for your hard work. Miss Lori, where are you? Thank you for taking care of our babies. Welcome. Also in the back of the House, our colleague Representative Monroe, who serves his neighbors in Bucks County, has his legislative team here. We have Ryan Layton, Valerie Schulberg, Amanda Soloway, and they are legislative interns, Kaylee Bonsall, Elsie Hubbard, Veronica Lee, Judy Hoover, Christian McCary, Sonia Weiser, Heidi Brotner, Jackie Falk, Lee McShane, and Mega Malveripo. With these legislative interns and district office team members from Bucks County stand, thank you for the hard work you'll do this summer. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague, Representative Bashline, who serves as neighbors in Clarion County, has in the back of the House Miss Riley Wasson, a student from Armstrong's senior high school, is here with her parents, Mr. Jeff and Mrs. Ashley Wasson, along with Coach Dave Robinson, Chris Robbins, and the co-athletic director, Jake Canish. Riley is an extraordinary young woman. She's very accomplished as an athlete. She scored 415, the third highest in the state of Pennsylvania, and we are so proud of her accomplishments. Riley, where are you? Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Congratulations. Our colleague, Representative Cooper, has some special guests in the back of the House this morning. We have the Franklin Regional Senior High School girls swimming team. They recently won first place in the Class AA Girls 200 Yards Freestyle Relay event during the 2025-2026 PIAA State Swimming Diving Champions. They are led by their coach, Dan Taylor, along with Judy Marani, Mark Spinola, and Jody Horvath. Their team is comprised of Magdalena Hull, Jamie Coachella, Ida Holm, Scarlett Zolnak, and they recently were second place in the PIAA Class 3A statewide swimming championship with Franklin Regional High School's team. Please stand. Congratulations to these great swimmers. We're so proud. Our colleague who serves as neighbors in York County, Representative Diorsi, has some special guests this morning in the back of the House. We are thrilled to welcome Allison Bradley. She is the legislative summer intern, and she is a student at the Northeastern York High School. She looks forward to studying law at the Naval Academy. She is joined by the district office director for Representative Diorsi, Raquel Covington. Would Allison and Raquel stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague, Representative Cerisi, has a guest in the gallery this morning from Montgomery County. Mindy Cherry is here from his district office and is shadowing him for the day to learn more about the legislative process. Mindy, thank you for your hard work back home. Where are you? Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Rivera, who serves her neighbors in Lancaster County, has her legislative summer intern this morning. We have Lars Holland, who just graduated from McCaskey High School and is going to Temple University here. Lars, where are you? Thank you for your work this summer back in Lancaster. Our colleague, Representative Davis from Bucks County, has her youngest constituents here. We are joined on the floor of the House with some preschool students and their teachers from the Children of God Educational Services. They are here for an educational experience. They're joined by their director, Valerie Hamilton, teachers Linda Jackson, Alex Miller, and a few parents, Robert Leon Jones, Miranda Varner, and Ashley Marie Anastasi. With these folks and students, please stand. We're so glad to welcome you, and we see you with your graduation caps. Congratulations. Our colleague, Representative Lawrence, who serves Chester County, Representative Barton, who serves Schuylkill County, Representative Conklin, who serves Center County, and Representative Jones from Lancaster County has in the gallery the Pennsylvania State Grange Ambassadors. They are here for the State Grange Royalty Day here at the Capitol. We have Ruby and Kay Rayburn, Jacob Schroeder, Bella Boone, and Evan Espenshade. Would you all please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. So glad to have you. Representatives Vinkit and Schaefer, who serve Allegheny County, have some special guests in the gallery. We have the North Allegheny Speech and Debate Team. They are visiting the Capitol today because they won the state championship. We are excited to welcome them with their coaches and so many parents, including Representative Vinkit. whose son, Ashok, is a part of the team. Would these debate winners come? And we look forward to seeing you all watch us today, and you can score us. Please stand. Congratulations, North Allegheny. It is always exciting for the House to welcome a new member. We are thrilled today to have some special guests that are here with, for the last time, this is the last time you'll hear this, Representative-elect. It's the last time you will hear this ever, at least for State House. I don't know what you'll do in the future, but we are so excited for Representative-elect George Margaitis, who is joined by so many family and friends. And forgive me, family and friends, if you're not on the list. I was given a list. We welcome you all. We're so thrilled to have you. We're going to start with the most important woman. That's Mom, Mrs. Margaitis. Welcome to the floor of the House. And Mr. Margaitis, Dad, welcome to the floor of the House. And to their daughter, Miss Charatini. Say that for me. Am I saying it right now? All right, I want to say it correctly. Charatini, that's it. Welcome to the floor of the House. We have the Honorable Judge, Kelly Margaitis. Welcome to the floor of the House. We have Sartorius Margaitis, Brittany Margaitis. We have Aunt Anita. Now, we're not going to call in response now, Rep-elect. You got the one time, but that's the only time, okay? We've got our Aunt Anita. The chair does her best, not a linguist, an attorney. We have your Aunt Anita Spinaxis. We have Eleni Cadero. We have Soterius Cadero. We have Tara Gross. We have Gina Myers, Faith Caselli, Claire Weigel, Rick Hill, Rebecca Weigel, John Popovich, Jolene Thiel. We have your godfather, George Karanakoulis. We have Gabrielle Spisak, George Zahos, Erica and Tyler Zahos. We have Justin Heisler, Christopher Riley, Michelle Pinkerton, Deborah White, Anders Toman, Isaac Harlicker, Dave Britton, George Stanzos, Michael Stanzos, Rasula Stanzos, it's a previous father and a son, two Rasula Stanzos, Alex Delaris, Christina Delaris. We have your cousin, George Margaitis, your uncle, John Margaitis, Toinette Shearer, Lynn Fries, Betty Mamo, Sue Parenti, Robert Crocker, Nick Georgakopoulos, Costas Georgakopoulos, and we have two distinguished members of the Pennsylvania Senate. They got tired of working in the State House, so they had to go on to greener pastures. We have Her Honor State Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, and we have Her Honor State Senator Dawn Kiefer. Not been the same since you left. I'm not going to look over at York, but we miss you. Welcome back to the floor of the House. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is going to take the master roll call, and all of our members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 201 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Colleagues, the House will now take up a very special order of business, the swearing in, one more time, of Representative-elect George Margaitis of the 196th Legislative District. The chair recognizes at this time the Sergeant at Arms of the House.
Madam Speaker, Kalanji Johnson, Deputy Secretary of Regulatory Programs, Department of State.
The chair, good morning to my former friend in the state Senate when I was a lawyer there. The chair recognizes Kalanji Johnson, the Deputy Secretary for Regulatory Programs. Welcome to the floor of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the privilege and honor of presenting the election returns and the certification of campaign expense compliance for the special election held on May 19th, 2026 in the 196th Legislative District.
The chair thanks the Deputy Secretary, and the clerk will now read the returns.
To the Honorable Speaker and members of the House of Representatives of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, greetings. I have the honor to present the official returns of the special election for representative in the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, held in the 196th Legislative District, as the same have been certified to and filed with my office by the York County Board of Elections. George H. Margettis, having received the highest number of votes in the special election and having complied with the provisions of Article 16 of the Pennsylvania Election Code pertaining to primary and election expenses, was duly elected a representative in the General Assembly.
The chair requests that the member-elect come forward to the well of the House for the purpose of taking the oath of office. Please bring your sacred book. Your family members can come forward to hold your sacred book during the administration of the oath of office. The oath of office is required by Article 6, Section 3 of the Constitution of Pennsylvania. It will now be administered by Her Honor, former staff of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, the Honorable Latasha C. Williams, Judge of the Dauphin County Court of Common Pleas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am grateful to be here today, invited again to this floor. And it's extra special who I will have the privilege of swearing in. Representative-elect Margettis was my very first jury trial as a prosecutor, and he is a defense attorney. This is a very special moment. And so without further ado, Representative-elect Margettis, if you would please place your left hand on your sacred text, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, state your name, do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Congratulations.
Good morning again, and welcome to all of our guests, colleagues. Welcome to all of our guests to the chamber today. Thanks again to Her Honor, Judge Latasha C. Williams in the Dauphin County Court of Common Pleas for taking the time to join us and administer the oath for our newest colleague. Thank you to all the friends and the family members who are here to make this an extra special day. And finally, and most importantly, congratulations and welcome to our newest colleague, Pennsylvania's newest state representative, Representative George Margettis from York County. Representative Margaitis, we are excited to have you join us, especially in the month of June. You were here last week, so I already know you know this is our favorite month of the calendar year. It's in the month of June that we pass our state budget. I'm gonna go ahead and say it, June 30th, it's happening this year. As a lifelong Pennsylvanian, all of your years of community engagement and public service as a school board member, a township supervisor, and as we just had heard from Her Honor, an attorney and business owner, they have all prepared you for this new role. I am confident, as all of your colleagues are, that you will make your own mark on our institution. As I mentioned, you joined us at a very busy time, and that will allow you to dive right in to the deep end of the pool. June is, in fact, our Super Bowl here in Harrisburg. It's not only the budget that we handle in the month of June, but there are so many important policies that will impact your neighbors that you now will have the opportunity to debate and to work very hard on their behalf. Beginning today, we welcome your voice, and we look forward to hearing all that you will contribute to our policymaking process. While there's so much going on, I hope you take a moment, especially today, to reflect on the magnitude of this moment, this shift in your public service, and to consider the tremendous honor for your neighbors to send you here to work in this very beautiful Capitol and to be a part of a historic legislative body. As you settle in over the next few days and of course weeks and months to come, I encourage you to make friends. As I was speaking to the law students this morning, they asked, how did your career as a public defender help you here? I said, well, as defense counsel, you go into court and you have to make friends. So here in the State House, you're coming here and you too have to now make friends. You have to introduce yourself and of course, at every corner, make your case for your community back home. Many of us joined this body after a special election. Certainly the chair did, and so many you'll hear from today. The chair's special election was in August of 2015, and at that time, there was no state budget. And I came right in to weeks and weeks and weeks of endless session. It was awesome. Don't wish that for you. As you transition into your new role, lean on all of us. We are here to help you navigate the questions, the challenges, the ups, the downs, and of course, as within any place where there are 203 individual bosses, we will not agree on every single issue. However, we all agree, as Chair Cutler used to say, that we have to solve the problems in front of us. We have to push Pennsylvania forward, and we have to make sure that the people that we are serving back home are able to see the impact of our work. That being said, we look forward, especially this month, to all those listening and praying, to finding common ground, to reach compromise, and to move our Commonwealth forward. Congratulations and welcome again. And with that, I want you to hear first from the leader in your caucus, the chair's good friend from Bedford County, Mr. Leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Margaitis, welcome. Welcome to one of the most evenly divided legislatures in the nation. And that can sound daunting, and at times it will seem daunting. There are some intense moments of fellowship on this floor, as an old pastor friend of mine used to call them. And that's the way it should be. Lots of ideas, lots of different ideas on how to fix the problems that we face in Pennsylvania. And we will get to all of those. But the first thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you for stepping up, and thank you for running for this office. Thank you for continuing to engage in public service. Those who know me, when I speak on this floor, I don't use the word politics a lot. I do talk about public service, because that's really what we are. We're public servants. You'll find that now when you go to the grocery store, or when you go into church, or when you go out to dinner and somebody comes up and says, I don't really mean to talk work right now, but if you got a couple minutes. It took me a while to realize that that's actually a privilege. It's a privilege to be in that situation where that might be the only time that that individual has a couple minutes, but they get a chance to talk to their elected representative about what it means to them and the issues that they're facing. And we can carry that. I say often that we don't always see our constituents on their best days. Sometimes they seek us out on maybe their worst day. And we are that stable place for them to come. We are that closest line of defense normally in terms of an elected official at a state level. They're not often going to see their governor. They'll see their state senators often, but maybe not as often as they see their state house members. And that is a connection that we form with our constituents, and it is the #1 connection that we must have. June is our Super Bowl. Unfortunately, some Super Bowls go into overtime. We hope that that is not going to happen this year. Normally when the Steelers win, we are able to do it in 4 quarters. But you will find that no matter how this process plays out, you will, tough days sometimes, find that it is truly a privilege to be here and to be advocating on behalf of your communities and the neighbors and the friends and the family that you represent in one of the finest institutions. Representative Margettis here, but the one that will continue to hold him strong as he serves in this chamber. Welcome and thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the good gentleman. The chair recognizes the good gentleman from the Lehigh, the whip of the Majority Caucus, Representative Schlossberg, for welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Margettis, let me first state the obvious. Congratulations and welcome. We are glad you're here, although I will note that my job as whip means counting votes, and your mere presence does complicate my life a little bit more, but we'll come back to that conversation later. I certainly very proudly associate myself with the remarks of the Speaker and the Minority Leader. They spoke eloquently and accurately and have a perspective that I do not have because they both arrived in this chamber in a special election, whereas I and the majority of this body was here in a regular one. What I will say about special elections is there's always a bipartisan moment of joy because we understand the role that you are about to walk into. We understand the genuinely heavy burden that it can feel like sometimes. And we get to watch you celebrate with your family and your friends. So a few pieces of advice, if I may. First and foremost, I see that you have a very large contingent here, and that makes this day a lot more hectic. All of us have our own swearing-in stories. I've previously stood at this microphone and told about walking in with 2 then toddler children and how frantic that day felt. But what I would advise you to do, as best you can today, is take a moment for yourself. Take time to truly absorb what is happening to you today. You have just become the voice for 65,000 people in your legislative district. That's a real honor. And that leads me to point number 2, which is never forget just how special this job is. I remember probably about 25 years ago, actually, having a lunch with my then friend, now colleague, the gentleman from Northampton County, Representative Freeman, and talking with him, and as this very bouncy, then 21 or something year old saying to him, it must be so cool to walk into work every day and hit a button and know that you're doing that on behalf of 65,000 people. And Bob, like the true optimist he is, said, it really is. It's an incredible experience. It is an incredible experience. Never lose sight of that. Third, and finally, like many of my colleagues here, I've been here long enough to have served both in the majority and in the minority. And that definitely gives you a very special perspective. There will be countless times that we disagree on policy and on legislative proposals. We will have vigorous debates at the microphone. We'll hit our green buttons, you'll hit your red buttons, and we'll move on. Don't lose sight of the sheer reality that being a member of the minority party does not abrogate your responsibility to your constituents or to the people of Pennsylvania to do good legislative work. We may disagree on policy, but in a lot of cases, we actually agree on those values, on the values that sent us here. And if you're able to find those moments and turn those values into policy that we can all agree on, I promise you, you can pass good legislation and do meaningful work. On behalf of Majority Leader Matt Bradford and all of my colleagues, thank you for your service and welcome to the House of Representatives.
Chair thanks the good gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey, the Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman, and Chair recognizes the good gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Representative White, Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will also be caucusing at 12:30 and plan to return to the House floor at 2 p.m. Again, House Republicans will caucus at 12:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the good gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room upon the break.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please be advised, we'll be meeting right after the Rules Committee meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair is in receipt of the following committee on committee reports, which the clerk will now read.
Committee on Committees Supplemental Report, June 9th, 2026. Resolved that Rep. Clint Owlett resigns as a member of the House Aging Committee. Rep. George Margettis is elected as a member of the House Aging Committee. Rep. Chad Reichert resigns as a member of the House Human Services Committee. Rep. George Margettis is elected as a member of the House Human Services Committee. Rep. Roman Kozak resigns as a member of the House Children and Youth Committee. Rep. George Margettis is elected as a member of the House Children and Youth Committee. Rep. Dane Watra resigns as a member of the House Local Government Committee. Rep. George Margettis is elected as a member of the House Local Government Committee. Respectfully submitted, Tina Pickett, Chair, Committee on Committees.
The House will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Daley, Chair of the Committee on Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1090, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Daley, Chair of the Committee on Tourism, Recreation, and Development, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 444, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 498, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 533, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 544, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 553, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 554, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 557, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Deloso, Chair of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 486, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 487, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1780, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2224, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2512, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2551, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 537, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2014, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2455, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2499, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2558, reported as commended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 37, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 497, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 836, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1678, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2305, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2336, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2550, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bashinsky, Chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Affairs, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1006, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2529, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2555, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair is in receipt of the following extract for the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will read.
The Clerk of the Senate, being introduced, presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Monday, June 8th. Resolved, the House of Representatives concurring, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 22nd, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem. And be it further resolved, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 15th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses the week of June 15th, 2026, it reconvene the week of Monday, June 22nd, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Order that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2337, printers number 3331 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill states that local ordinances in cities regarding all-terrain vehicles and dirt bikes are not preempted by state law.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2427, printers number 3233 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill consolidates current statute governing utilization management for stage 4 cancer drugs into Article 21 of the Insurance Company Law of 1921.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1262, printers number 3192 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires electronic filing of campaign finance reports.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Stombaugh offers Amendment A03493. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Stombaugh.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment A03493, which would greatly simplify what I consider the very confusing and convoluted cycle reporting required for campaign finance filings. This amendment is very simple. It would just require candidates to file quarterly reports, March 15, June 15, September 15, and December 15 of each year. These dates capture most of the key election accounting periods, the pre-primary, post-primary, pre-general election, and post-general election end of the year reports. Going to electronic filing, which I believe is a great idea, I feel simpler timeframes are also warranted, and I ask for an affirmative vote. Your campaign treasurer will thank you.
On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment, though I do admire the sponsor's intent to come up with some more predictable timelines. I do have a concern regarding the lack of transparency that the late contribution reporting would be eliminated. I would be happy to talk to the representative about trying to come up with something for future proposals, but at this time I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 103. The amendment fails. Representative Roy offers Amendment A03495. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The underlying bill states that if there's a problem with the electronic system, the Secretary may authorize another way of filing a report. The underlying bill states that the Secretary may waive late filing fees, but it doesn't say they shall do that. My amendment is basically a shall. If a campaign, if a candidate or a treasurer is having computer problems or internet problems, they can declare that they're not able to do it electronically, and they could do it on paper. My amendment says the Department of State shall allow that to happen, and they shall waive the late fees. The underlying bill says they may do that. And just as a reminder, when a law says may, it means, yeah, you can do it, but you don't have to. If it says shall, you have to do it. So I think it should be a shall provision. So I would ask the members to vote yes on my amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I respectfully urge a no vote on this. This essentially makes electronic campaign filing optional. And I think we need to be prepared and plan and make sure if we get this into law that treasurers and campaigns follow it accordingly and plan appropriately. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Urgent.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 103. The amendment fails. Representative Pugh offers Amendment A03513. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. All this amendment does is it removes the provision that would cap the penalties for late campaign finance reports at a $500 filing fee. We should not be able to create a system where someone can effectively choose to withhold information. There's a reason we have campaign finance reports. There's a reason we all need to file them on time, and we should not have anybody under the failed to file report because they don't want somebody else or the public to know what's going on. So I would appreciate your support for this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes Chairman Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I urge again a no vote on this amendment. The underlying bill actually raises the fee, the penalty accordingly. These fee penalties come out of personal money, and I think it is an incentive enough as is being originally proposed to incentivize and punish the folks who are trying to get away from filing. So I'll vote. I'll be no, and I urge all the members to be no as well. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 97, the nays are 105. The amendment fails. Representative Pugh offers Amendment A03514. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I don't think it's right that we have to look at the failed to file. While some of us follow the rules and let our constituents and our residents know exactly what's going on with our finances, while there's others out there that accuse us of doing certain things. This amendment raises the $500 to $5,000 penalty, giving people the urgency of actually following the rules that we have in place now. I appreciate your support on this amendment.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes Chairman Briggs.
Again, members, I respectfully request a no vote. The underlying bill is actually doubling the penalties for a lack of compliance, and I think $5,000 a hit is just much too great for so many of our smaller campaign committees. So I respectfully urge a no vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 67, the nays are 135. The amendment fails. Representative Mihalik offers Amendment A03549. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would insert a clause that would add transparency and increase accountability for government officials and for those seeking to serve in state government. The clause simply states that each report must include any unpaid civil or criminal fines, fees, judgments, or other money owed to a party in a criminal or civil proceeding. Madam Speaker, right now, at this moment in time, a lot of our neighbors in the communities that we serve don't trust in their government. Democracy thrives on trust. When that trust erodes, so does democracy itself. We must do everything we can to restore that trust. And Madam Speaker, I think there's a lot we can do to restore that trust. And it starts with absolute transparency the day someone decides to run for office. Pennsylvanians deserve to know who is running for office. They deserve transparency. When someone is seeking to serve in this august body, they are seeking to weigh in on a host of very important issues. When we run for office, we are asking our neighbors to trust us, to wisely spend their hard-earned taxpayer dollars. And Madam Speaker, those taxpayers who send us here, they have the right to know how we conduct our own financial affairs before entrusting us with taxpayer dollars. When there are outstanding and unpaid civil judgments against a candidate for office, the taxpayers deserve to know that. It takes at least 1 year of not paying a bill for it to reach the point where it goes to court. And it could be 3 or 4 years by the time a judgment is entered against you. If an individual running for elected office finds themselves in that situation where they have failed to pay their bills for years, Pennsylvanians deserve to know that. Voting yes for this amendment lets your constituents know that you stand for transparency. It means you believe they deserve truth and accountability from their elected officials. It means you are doing what you can to restore trust in our government. A yes vote means that you do not condone keeping financial delinquencies a secret from the public you seek to serve. Colleagues, I ask you to stand with me and vote yes for transparency. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the representative that public officials should be held to the highest levels of accountability. I have a challenge with incorporating it into the campaign finance report of our campaign committees. I think a much better place to try to accomplish this would be in our statement of financial interests that we compile when we first file for our candidacy. That is the opportunity that the public and our opponents can question our validity of serving. I think that is where we list our debts, our incomes, and I think the judgments and liens, that is a very appropriate place to be. I'd be happy to work with you on accomplishing something like that. But on our campaign finance reports, I don't know if it's the appropriate place. I strongly urge a no vote on that, but do want to thank the representative for raising an important issue.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2049, printers number 2624 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill raises workers' compensation, burial benefits.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Rossi offers amendment A03483. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Rossi.
Where's the button? Oh, they turn it on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment requires the undertaker to refund benefit money that is in excess of the actual burial cost to the surviving spouse or other dependents of the deceased. I recently assisted a family through a sudden accidental death in my district, and being around the family while they were making funeral arrangements, it was clear that the spouse of the deceased knew what their loved one's exact wishes were. The deceased wanted minimal expense, minimal funeral services, and they wanted cremation. As the undertaker sat them down and went over all the wide range of pricing and the full costs of a funeral, visitation, graveside service, and burial or cremation options, the family chose they did not come to the $20,000. I think you will find that prices can and do range across the state from county to county. When checking with the Department of Labor and Industry and also representatives of the insurance industry, currently, the insurance carriers administer this benefit by simply sending the payment in full. To this benefit, by simply sending that payment in full, the funeral home would receive the full amount of the maximum burial benefit when they receive the request for the money. Changing the current benefit amount, as stated in the bill, from $7,000 to $20,000 can mean that funeral homes will often be receiving that amount in full, complying with the maximum benefit to be paid. for services they simply did not provide, especially if those were services that the family did not want. The cost of the funeral in many cases will end up being less than the maximum benefit. My amendment will ensure that when excess payment is received from an insurance carrier, the funeral home will be required to refund that full amount that is in excess to the surviving spouse or other dependents of the deceased, along with an invoice for services provided. Our workers' compensation law already provides an order of succession for who receives certain payments when a claimant passes away. So existing law will ensure consistency, with this refund making the surviving spouse and any children first on the list. I still believe the increase in the bill is higher than where it needs to be, but I hope that we can at least agree that the dependents of the deceased should receive that excess amount instead of providing a potential windfalls to funeral homes. I ask for a yes on my amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Representative Rossi for this amendment. I know it hits close to home with one of her constituents, and it is an amendment that makes things just a little bit easier for the families of folks who have been killed on the job. So I do appreciate her amendment. I know we also, in this amendment, made some concessions on the manner in which this benefit might be increased in the future. I hope some future legislature looks back at these comments and realizes we showed a little bit of bipartisanship in that future increase method and does heed what it is that the Workers' Compensation Advisory Commission eventually tells us in the future. So I would urge a yes vote. This is an agreed amendment.
The chair thanks the gentleman, Representative Brennan. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2252, printers number 2945 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits the non-consensual distribution of intimate images.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Owlett offers amendment A03207. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Owlett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would provide a sentencing enhancement for any defendant convicted of creating or distributing or possessing child sexual abuse material that depicts a relative of the offender. Recently, I spoke with a prosecutor in our area who informed me that law enforcement is seeing an increase in CSAM cases involving incest. Disturbingly, investigators have also discovered communications amongst some offenders in which they discussed how it would be easier to exploit their own children or relatives to create CSAM rather than seeking out victims through human trafficking. And really the idea of growing their own is what they're talking about. So under this law, in this amendment, there is no specific sentencing enhancements of the offenders who create or distribute or possess CSAM depicting their own relatives, their own kids, This amendment would address this gap by providing increased penalties for such conduct. The exploitation of our children amongst some of the most horrendous crimes imaginable. This bill and this amendment, the bill that goes with it, was unanimously approved by the Anti-Human Trafficking Caucus, and I would appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the maker of this amendment. I think this makes the bill stronger and closes a necessary loophole. And so I would ask for an affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Briggs offers amendment A03536. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the members to support Amendment 03536. This agreed-to amendment will clarify the definition of intimate image and sexual conduct to make sure that we provide meaningful protection for victims. Please join me in voting yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kincaid, who waves off. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman, Mr. Kaufman, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for a suspension of the rules for an immediate consideration of an agreed-to amendment A03558. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kaufman moves to suspend the rules for the purpose of immediate consideration of Amendment A03558. The question is, will the House suspend its rules? Members are reminded that pursuant to Rule 77, the motion to suspend is only debatable by the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the work of the chairman as well as the maker of the bill, and I would ask to support the suspension of the rules to consider this amendment. Thank you.
On this question, the chair recognizes Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion to suspend the rules. The underlying amendment is agreed to, and I would ask everyone to support this. Thank you.
All those in favor of suspending the rules will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the question, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. A 2/3 majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. Representative Kaufman offers Amendment A03558. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kaufman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, this amendment places the requirement of intent into the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2429, printers number 3370 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires electric utility companies to create hosting capacity maps.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Fiedler offers Amendment A03327. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill, House Bill 2429, would require large electric utilities to create maps showing where there's available capacity on their local electric distribution systems. Amendment A03327 establishes clear standards for determining who can access these maps and who cannot. Protecting the security of this information is important, and that's why the amendment must be added. The bill requires utilities to provide access through a secure online portal available only to approved users. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on this common sense amendment.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from McKean County, Representative Causer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have concerns overall with the bill and specifically security aspects, but I agree with the prime sponsor of the amendment that this amendment does improve the bill and would ask for support for the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On that question, the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2550, printers number 3516 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a small business healthcare premiums contribution tax credit.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bashline offers amendment A03533. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bashline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment addresses concerns about the recent reports of fraud taking place on the state healthcare exchange, also known as Penny. Many of these fraud allegations stem from insufficient verification controls. We also do not know the extent of the fraud issue within Penny. So my amendment establishes stronger checks on the front end of the enrollment process by verifying an applicant is a resident in the Commonwealth and a citizen of the United States. It would also require Penny to create an Office of Fraud Prevention, develop a written policy to report and resolve allegations of fraud, and provide an annual report to the General Assembly, state, and federal agencies on the number of fraud cases and the cost of the fraud. So this amendment will codify verification protocols to ensure Penny applicants are eligible and create much needed transparency measures so we have an understanding of the landscape, can take proactive measures if needed. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 132, the nays are 70. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to? It's the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 37, printer's number 3191, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows the County Board of Elections to meet 7 days prior to Election Day to pre-canvass all ballots received.
The House has been agreed to on three different. This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the Representative Jeremy Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Election integrity is core to any constitutional republic. All sides must have confidence that an election is conducted fairly and that results are accurate. Unfortunately, this bill has a fatal flaw. Let me give you an actual example involving a former member of this body and a recent election. I regret that my example may bring up sad memories, and that is not my intent. In 2022, I was running for an office that included a wide swath of Allegheny County and Beaver County. During October of that period, a member from this body, Representative Tony DeLuca, sadly passed away. A few days after his passing, his mail-in ballot was registered as having been received by the Allegheny County Department of Elections. So what should happen in a situation like this? Let me read verbatim from 25 Pennsylvania Statute Section 3146.8d. Whenever it shall appear by due proof that any absentee elector or mail-in elector who has returned his ballot in accordance with the provision of this act has died prior to the opening of the polls on the day of the primary or election, the ballot of such deceased elector shall be rejected by the canvassers. In the case of the former representative's ballot, a resident who knew of his passing happened to check the ballot status and notify my campaign, and we were able to inform the county and ensure that the ballot was removed. This is not an isolated incident. Every year, approximately 140,000 Pennsylvania residents die. By statute, mail-in ballots can be distributed and returned beginning 50 days prior to the election. Simple math tells us that approximately 20,000 Pennsylvanians will die between the start of mail-in voting and Election Day. Many of these individuals will have already sent their mail-in ballot back before their passing. By Pennsylvania law, that ballot should not be counted. So how does this relate to the bill? This bill allows counties to begin pre-canvassing 7 days, 1 week before the election. That's a process that normally starts at 7 a.m. on Election Day. So what happens during pre-canvassing? The county board opens the outer declaration envelopes, checks the declaration against the registered voter file to verify identity, verifies a secrecy envelope, and can run the ballot through the counting machines. Here is the critical problem. Once a ballot is removed from the outer envelope, the envelope that identifies the voter, there is no practical mechanism to match it back to a specific individual. The ballot becomes anonymous. At that point, even if we learn that the voter has died, there is no way to remove the ballot. No way for the Elections Department to do that, no way for a candidate or campaign to challenge it. The voter identification information and the ballot itself have been permanently separated. I want to be clear, pre-canvassing does not formally record or publish vote totals before polls close. I understand that, but the challenge window for a ballot effectively ends the moment that outer envelope is opened and the inner ballot is removed. And this creates an unacceptable gap. And that gap is real and meaningful. Under Pennsylvania law, a death certificate must be filed within 96 hours or 4 days of passing. Once filed, it takes additional days or weeks before the information is processed. It enters the state's vital record systems and becomes searchable by county elections offices and others. If pre-canvassing begins a full week before Election Day, there will be a significant number of ballots that would have been caught and challenged under current law that will be permanently locked in with no recourse. This concern also extends beyond deceased voters. The same logic applies to individuals convicted of a felony and incarcerated between the time they return their ballot and Election Day. And it also applies to the more than 250,000 Pennsylvanians who move to another state each year, many of whom have returned the mail-in ballot before the election and a permanent move out of state. I want to acknowledge something. County election administrators have a challenging job and a legitimate problem. Processing mail-in ballots beginning 7 a.m. on Election Day is a burden. I've heard that testimony, and I respect it. But the bill as written trades election integrity for administrative convenience, and that is not acceptable. I believe we must preserve election integrity, and I urge a no vote on HB 37.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Conklin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, in the memory of Tony DeLuca, who sat right here next to me. Tony DeLuca, thank you for remembering his name. Dear friend of mine, someone who served from Allegheny County, loved this chamber. I only wished his vote could have been counted, but sadly enough, he did. What the gentleman said is absolutely true. Our good friend, Tony DeLuca, passed away. And I want to thank you for remembering his spirit, his friends, and what he did for this great chamber of ours. And what he talked about is very interesting, because this bill is a simple early canvassing bill. And what the gentleman talked about, many counties today, and maybe we can address that and we can work with the gentleman to see if there's a way around it, open up those outer ballots when they come in, which means that even today, and I'm glad he brought up the spirit of Tony, that we can work together to come around that. That's a whole separate problem, I guess we can say, from early canvassing, because it really doesn't address good or bad what the gentleman talked about, but I do appreciate him bringing that up. But all what this bill does is quite simple. The County Commissioners Association, a few years ago, we asked them, is there anything that we can do to help you? As a county commissioner myself, somebody who chaired the election board, election day is a lot of work. I often say I wish members of this caucus we should put in a bill that everybody who's a member of these caucuses should actually have to work an election day, should actually have to set up the machines, sit in the polling places, be there when these are open. But how it works today is that big, small, there's over 800,000 early ballots come in out of 8.9 million people that vote. So what happens is that at 7 a.m., some counties do, some counties don't, they begin to open them up. When they're opened up, there's a Republican and a Democrat sitting right there with an election official watching it being opened. And yes, if you pass away beforehand, yes, you have to pull that ballot. But many counties to this day will pull out the outer envelope as soon as it comes in because of the hard work that these individuals do. So all what this does, it says they can, if they so wish, 7 days before, begin to open up and get ready for those ballots to be able to put in the machine. But those ballots cannot be counted until the polls are closed, because we do not want to change the outcome of election by putting a preconceived notion into somebody's head that may not be true. We don't want a fear-mongering type of thing of saying, the reason we do this is that we don't want people to say, hey, you know, if we open them early and then it looks like candidate A is so far ahead that nobody goes out and votes for candidate B, we don't want that type of action put in. We don't want people to be afraid to vote or to do something because of somebody said something. All what this bill does, it says they may. 7 days out, they may not. We're not going to force it upon them until 7 a.m. What the gentleman said, maybe we can address that in a different law, but all what this law is asking what the people that do the elections ask for. And that's giving them an option to get those over 800,000 early ballots in a way that they can open it. Some counties will use it, some counties won't. All we're asking for is give those posts the opportunity to do it. And if we want to do a bill that says they can't open up the outer ballot, at another time we can discuss that, and it would be a great issue to look at. But please, vote yes, very simple, give them the option. That's all they ask for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Crawford County, Representative Rowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a clarification based on what some others said. There is no workaround the situation of if somebody dies. Currently, up until the polls open, the mail-in ballots and absentee ballots, they're in that outer envelope. The person's name is on it, so you know whose ballot that is. So you can remove the ballots for people that are dead. If you pre-canvass 7 days before the election, the secrecy envelopes are taken out of. If somebody says, hey, somebody died, you ought to get rid of his ballot, he's dead. How do you know which one is his? There's 10,000 mail-in ballot secrecy envelopes sitting there. All the outer envelopes are in storage someplace or thrown away or whatever they do with them. There is no work around this issue. So we want to make sure only people that are alive are voting. It's sad when somebody dies, but if the law says you can't vote when you're dead, you can't vote when you're dead. So this pre-canvassing lets dead people vote. Now, some people might think it wouldn't make that much of a difference in a big election like a presidential election or something like that, but we have people in this room that have won primary elections by 1 vote. We have people in this room that won by 4 votes. Somebody in this room won by 11 votes. It's very likely that you could have that many people die in a several week-long period of people sending in mail-in ballots, and they start opening them up. So, we don't want dead people to vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Fink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a bill that would fix this problem. We do not have any reason to be pre-canvassing. York County seems to get it done in a timely manner. We have our votes counted by 10 p.m. Every election. So if there's any county officials out there that like some advice, I'm sure my commissioners and election board would be happy to give it to you. But I have a bill that requires the mail-in ballots to go back to the precincts, and they can just simply be counted right there that day. So we wouldn't have a pre-canvassing problem. So maybe if we really want to fix that problem with the counting of the ballots, we should consider bringing up my bill for a vote, and let's fix this issue once and for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Barger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The folks in the 80th District in general and principle are against anything that would make it easier for dead people to vote in elections. So I'll oppose this bill on that principle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 103, the nays are 99. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 497, printers number 0486, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the PA Election Code by stopping foreign interference in elections.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, a good gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Webster.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a pretty simple, fundamental piece that Pennsylvania needs to recover. House Bill 497 simply says that there shouldn't be foreign influence in the elections, and referendums, and government processes of Pennsylvania. So I would ask very simply to think about that as fundamental, that the influence of our elections should be Pennsylvania's, and that we need to protect Pennsylvanians from the fact that lots of money comes into our elections and we don't know where it's coming from. It's time to make sure we do know, and that we make sure it's in the best interest of Pennsylvanians. So House Bill 497 simply takes the next step to make sure that foreign interests are not funneling money into your election or mine or anybody else's in Pennsylvania. And I would ask for all of us to realize that the big issues we need to take on should be based on our constituent interests, based on the small businesses and the economic development of Pennsylvania, not the external influences of a larger perspective. So please vote yes for House Bill 497. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 146, the nays are 56. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 836, printers number 3187 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. The House agreed the bill is agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill preserves access to fertility treatments.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentle lady from Delaware County, Representative O'Mara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the past few years, IVF has become either intentionally or inadvertently caught in the crosshairs of the reproductive choice debate. It happened in Alabama in 2024 when the state Supreme Court defined embryos as children, and it almost happened right here in this chamber in 2021 when a bill to require ritual burials or cremations for the loss of any fertilized egg unintentionally included embryos in a lab. At the time, providers across the Commonwealth were in an uproar about the implications this could have on their ability to do their jobs. Thankfully, that bill did not become law, but the potential for this kind of legislative interference remains. I know this topic all too well because utilizing IVF was the only way I was able to become a mom. I dreamt of being a mother for my entire life. And then in 2019, after being married for 2 years, I learned that my only path to motherhood was to use IVF. But this wasn't because of me. This was due to injuries my husband sustained in combat while serving the United States Army in Afghanistan. Thanks to an incredible team of doctors, nurses, embryologists, fertility specialists, and OBs, I'm proud to say I am the mom of 2 amazing kids conceived from IVF. And I am not alone. In fact, the NIH reports that 9% of men and 11% of women of reproductive age in the US experience infertility. While incredibly complex and expensive, IVF gives so many of us a chance to grow our family that we so desperately want and may not otherwise be able to have biologically. If access to scientifically proven fertility treatments is taken away, it would crush the only hope many of us have in achieving a biological family. That is why my colleagues and I, Representative Mays and Malagary, introduced House Bill 836. This bill effectively bans the Commonwealth from interfering with an individual's ability to access assisted reproductive technology and the medically appropriate methods in which it is delivered. Everyone deserves a family. This legislation is designed to protect those who need a little help from science to create theirs. Most of you saw me through my stage of my family's fertility journey. Many of you shared stories of your own journey to create your family as I was waddling around the Capitol 2 years almost in a row, and I couldn't be more grateful for your support. And that is why I stand before you today to ask you to vote yes on House Bill 836. This bill is pro-life, pro-family, pro-child, and it will take politics out of the equation once and for all. Pennsylvanians deserve that peace of mind, and it is the least we can do to support them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to House Bill 836, and I want to be clear from the outset. This debate is not about whether we care about couples struggling with infertility. We do. As a body, we know that the deep desire to have a child and to build a family is basic human nature. The question before us in this specific bill is whether the Commonwealth should permanently surrender its ability to place reasonable safeguards around an industry that deals with human life itself. Sperm and eggs are the building blocks of human life. Embryos, the fertilized egg, is life itself. Sperm, eggs, embryos, children are not commodities to be bought, sold, marketed, or treated as products. Yet House Bill 836 would dramatically restrict the ability of future legislators to enact common sense protection in an industry where profound ethical questions continue to emerge. Think about how we approach situations involving children. If somebody wants to become a foster parent, they must undergo background checks, home studies, and extensive screening because the state recognizes its obligation to protect vulnerable children. Yet under this framework, the framework contemplated by this bill, individuals could purchase sperm, purchase eggs, pay a surrogate, and enter into arrangements involving the creation of a child with very little public oversight, and with future legislatures prohibited from establishing additional safeguards if problems arise. Should we as lawmakers not be free to enact legislation banning convicted pedophiles and violent criminals from purchasing babies in this manner? We are all united in our opposition to human trafficking because we reject the idea that human beings can be bought and sold. While fertility treatments are clearly not trafficking, they raise a common principle. Human life should never be reduced to a commercial transaction. As science advances, questions involving embryo creation and destruction, genetic selection, surrogacy, and emerging reproductive technologies deserve careful consideration and responsible oversight. This bill would make it harder, not easier, for future lawmakers to respond to those very real challenges. And for those of us that believe that life begins at conception, there's something profoundly significant about that first moment of life. Scientists have documented the remarkable flash of light that occurs when sperm and egg unite. To many, it's a powerful reminder that human life is not merely biological material. It's a unique and precious gift from our Creator and worthy of protection from its very beginning. Protecting families should not require eliminating accountability. Supporting access should not require surrendering the legislator's responsibility to establish reasonable safeguards. For those reasons, I respectfully ask a no vote on House Bill 836. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Warren, Minority Chair of Health, Representative Rapp, on final passage of House Bill 836.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would first like to acknowledge, as I mentioned when this bill was considered in the Health Committee, that it's refreshing to see the majority party moving a bill that celebrates life. However, on the surface, this bill is a solution in search of a problem. The use of assisted reproductive technology, such as IVF, is allowed in this Commonwealth. It has been allowed since 1989 under the Abortion Control Act. There has been no move to prohibit IVF in Pennsylvania, as some have predicted. President Trump even issued an executive order just last year to expand access to IVF and high-quality fertility care. I understand some people are citing the Alabama Supreme Court ruling as the need for this legislation, but that case was based on a wrongful death lawsuit. This bill does nothing to address the concerns that were raised from the decision made in Alabama. I want to emphasize that our state's own Abortion Control Act defines IVF and recognizes it as being separate from an abortion and fetal experimentation. Subsection 3213E of the Act requires all persons conducting IVF to file a quarterly report containing the names of all persons assisting in the IVF process, the location of where it occurs, the name and the address of any person, facility, agency, or organization sponsoring the fertilization, the number of eggs fertilized, destroyed, and discarded, and the number of women implanted with a fertilized egg. This reporting is necessary to ensure proper accountability. And we know it is happening, the reporting. In fact, I have a recent IVF report from the Department of Health in my possession. I received it this morning. However, the bill before us today does not contain any reporting requirements. It is silent on reporting altogether. If this bill were to become law, could it be interpreted that reporting is no longer necessary? And where then is the accountability? In addition, it is no secret that there have been efforts from the other side of the aisle to usurp the Abortion Control Act. There have been numerous bills introduced to weaken or repeal the act in its entirety. If that is the goal for some in this chamber, and House Bill 836 were to become law, we could risk losing the accountability provided in the Abortion Control Act related to IVF reporting. I also have concerns about the bill's undefined limit of medically appropriate methods of assisted reproductive technology. Who determines what is medically appropriate? Is it the medical community generally on a case-by-case basis, the CDC, or our own Department of Health? I do recognize this is a very personal issue, and I have given this bill a great deal of thought. I supported moving the bill out of committee as I feel the topic is worthy of our consideration. IVF is law. However, I had hoped to see some revisions made to the bill to address the concerns that were raised. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The bottom line is that IVF is already permitted in Pennsylvania and that it is acknowledged in the Abortion Control Act and has been acknowledged since 1989. And the bill has withstood the test of the United States Supreme Court. This bill is not necessary so long as the Abortion Control Act stands. Therefore, I will be a no. And if you choose to vote no, guess what? IVF still exists in Pennsylvania because it has existed since 1989. And despite this bill, even if it passes, this procedure is still part of the Abortion Control Act. Women will still have access to IVF, even if you vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cumberland, Representative Kutz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we've heard a lot today about how this bill could be improved and maybe some underlying issues with definitions. And while I respect the comments of several of my esteemed colleagues, I would encourage an affirmative vote here today because the reality for many young families in Pennsylvania is that they can't conceive naturally. The reality of many pro-life families in Pennsylvania are that they need the help of doctors and medical professionals to start a family. The reality for many families in Pennsylvania is that 4, 5, and 6 years into a fertility journey, they need technology like IVF to be able to achieve their lifelong dreams of becoming parents. For many of us in this chamber, this subject is all too personal. For many of us in this chamber, this subject is not something that you speak freely about. What I have found in my faith and through my church is a community of believers, of like-minded individuals who simply want to bring life into this world. As a member of this chamber with that belief, with that value set, with that faith-based mindset, I'll be supporting this bill. Despite some of the concerns that colleagues have raised, that's something we can certainly address in the Senate. But I think it's important to stand up on this floor today and say that we stand for the creation of life. We have a fertility crisis in this country. This is something we don't talk about enough in this chamber. This is something we don't talk about enough as legislators. If we want to help solve the fertility crisis in this country, if we want to stand and encourage other families to say it's okay to struggle with fertility, if we want to say to the mom who's trying to be to work by 9 a.m., who's going to a 7 a.m. fertility appointment an hour from her home, it is okay, then stand up and vote for House Bill 836 today. You know, this isn't something that you hear men speak a lot about. I think it's important as a man to stand up in this chamber to talk about fertility care as well. These women need our support, and they need the support of a spouse who's willing to travel with them, sometimes in excess of 90 miles, leaving their homes at 5:30 in the morning, holding their wife's hand and praying during a procedure that this would be the time, that today would be the day, that we wouldn't go through another 2-week wait with the disappointment of not being pregnant. And for many of those families, IVF is the only hope. Who are we to stand here today and say we do not believe in that hope? Who are we to stand here and say that not every mother deserves the opportunity, not every woman deserves the opportunity to become a mother? I can respect policy disagreements over the underlying language of this bill. I can respect your position, and we can continue to debate about what the right language is. But today, I will stand for fertility. I will stand for the brave men and women who are fighting this battle silently. And I say to all of you watching at home, all of you praying for that miracle, it is coming. God bless you. Thank you so much. Vote yes.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Malagary, on final passage of House Bill 836.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the good gentleman from Cumberland County for speaking on this bill. I want to thank the gentlelady from Delaware County and also from Allegheny County for their partnership in drafting this legislation. The representative from Cumberland mentioned a couple things that I can only speak to with experience as well. Many of you know this story, and I'm not going to belabor it too much, but for those of you who don't know me too well, and we have some new members here, my wife and I have gone through 3 rounds of IVF unsuccessfully over the course of our tenure doing this journey of becoming a parent. We weren't able to. We have not been able to. And unfortunately, we may not be able to moving forward, and that's most likely the case. But the ability to be able to have the opportunity to try is what we're here for. To be able to ask that IVF and the other technologies that go along with fertility treatment to be able to be utilized by those parents who want to be parents. We heard from an earlier speaker where you have to have background checks to have adoption and the like. Let me tell you one thing. For individuals going through IVF treatment or any kind of fertility treatment, those individuals are thinking about it every single moment that they are going through those treatments. Every single time, every single doctor's appointment, every single injection that you have to give yourself or to your spouse, every single phone call that you have with the fertility doctor, every single moment you are thinking about this. And for someone to potentially say, you're not prepared, I disagree. You're 100% prepared to become a parent in this moment because that is all that you are thinking about. 3 times we were unsuccessful. Each time we had to wait after the extraction of eggs, then the transfer, then the testing again, then the conversations afterward being what happened? Why did it not work this time? What could have happened in a future attempt? What are the probabilities of us being able to become pregnant? These are the realities that we faced. I asked my colleagues here to think about that and think about those family members that you may have, and think about the family members back home or friends or neighbors or anybody else in your community who has come to you and talked to you about this, either in confidence or letting you know their story because they wanted to speak about it. Male infertility is a real thing. I have it. I'm not ashamed of it. It is okay. I'm still here, and I'm fine. The issue is that for a lot of us, we don't speak about it, and that's a problem. A third of pregnancies, a third of inability to become pregnant is because of the fact that you have male infertility. Another third is because of female infertility and issues with women. And then a combination is the other third. So all of us together, and all of this together, is part of this process. So I ask my colleagues to support House Bill 836. I ask you to support all of us who want to be parents or are looking to become parents. I ask you to support all of us who are having trouble conceiving in the moment, or those that one day hope to become parents have the opportunity to do that with medical technology at their back. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones, on final passage of House Bill 836.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning to talk on this bill since it's turned into a bit of a, and I mean this in a very positive way, a bit of a public service announcement. I just want to say we've heard a couple times that couples have no other option, and maybe for them they've chosen that it's not an option. But my wife and I went through this years ago, and somebody asked us, do you want to be pregnant or do you want to be parents? And we decided we wanted to be parents. And we adopted 4 beautiful children. And I'm very thankful in our case that we didn't get pregnant. If I could snap my fingers and make them my biological kids, I would. I feel for everybody that's gone through this. This is not a yay or nay on the bill. I'm not sure there is a wrong vote here. I do think it's unfair, as a few people have sort of presented, as I've heard it, that this is somehow a vote for or against IVF. That's just simply not fair. IVF, as the good chairwoman said, is here. It's here to stay. I've not heard one reasonable individual, maybe they're out there, I don't think there's any in this chamber, say they're opposed to IVF. This is a solution in search of a problem. Frankly, it's a nice play to put people on, to make people make a no-win vote in an election year, in my opinion. But I do just want to, and I appreciate the stories that were said. I've been there. I relate. But just for anybody out there listening, more so than those who have even spoken, a lot of people can't afford IVF. And there's a lot of children out there in desperate need of parents. So if unfortunately, like was our case, you have difficulty or maybe can't become pregnant, that does not mean that you can't be parents. You very much so can. I've lived it, and my children are nothing but a pure gift from God. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the co-prime sponsor of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Mays, on final passage of House Bill 836.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of House Bill 836, the Parent Act. So many of us in this chamber have the blessing of being a parent. This legislation is about something deeply personal to so many Pennsylvanians, the opportunity to create and grow their families. for families who otherwise may not be able to have children without assisted reproductive technology. This bill helps protect access to the care they need to make that dream a reality. I will never forget the day after I was sworn into office when I got the news that I was going to be a mother. I was overjoyed, I was scared, and actually in complete shock at the blessing that was about to come into my life. Now I have an incredible 3-year-old daughter who is the light of my life. She is my heart and my soul. She also bosses me around that I didn't think was possible, and she's always shaking me down for snacks on a daily basis. But I also know that joy, but I also know the pain of when IVF is unsuccessful. Waking up at 6 a.m., learning to inject yourself with what you will hope will result in a healthy child. To wait, to hope, to feel frustrated, to pray that it works. And for so many of us, it doesn't work. But in spite of that pain, I was and I am still grateful for the possibility. Becoming a parent is one of the most profound experiences a person can have. And every family deserves the freedom to pursue that journey without unnecessary barriers. Procedures such as IVF, or in vitro fertilization, and IUI, intrauterine insemination, are some of the medical and scientific breakthroughs that are also answered prayers for countless families across our Commonwealth. But these treatments they only help families if they are available to families, if they can afford them, and most importantly, if this health care remains available without government interference. Too many families already make tremendous financial sacrifices in the pursuit of parenthood. Families go bankrupt trying to bring their child into the world, the child that they hope and they pray for and that they dream of. They should not also have to worry about access to care being taken away. Pennsylvanians have the right to decide how they plan and form their families. We all have the human right to decide if, when, and how we have our children. That is reproductive justice. The Parent Act helps ensure that individuals and families have the freedom to start their families. We have a responsibility to protect this fundamental right. I want to thank Representative O'Meara for introducing this important legislation, this life-saving and life-changing legislation, and I'm proud to serve as co-prime sponsor along with Rep. Maligari. It's not easy for us to get up and talk about our own personal experiences, but if it can change how we perceive the issue of assisted reproductive technology or IVF, know the joy and the pain that is in this journey for families, and let us do all we can to bring relief to those who hope to have a child. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 836. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to thank the members today who engaged in debate, whether you were sharing personal stories or sharing your input. I genuinely appreciate it. I don't dispute the fact that IVF will remain legal if this bill doesn't become law. What I want us to do, and I want us to recognize, is that the good gentleman from Cumberland County hinted at this. The journey that one goes through is incredibly stressful. Those drives, I remember them with my husband. The 2-week waits, the failures, the questions of your own self-worth. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done, and I've shared a lot with you. You know I've been through some things. What was really challenging and terrifying was at one point hearing from my providers that a bill that was introduced in this chamber, if it became law, would have made their ability to use frozen embryos almost impossible. I can tell you that without frozen embryos, I would not be a mother today. And so what I'm asking you to keep in mind is that I'm not asking you to make IVF legal forever. I'm not challenging that notion. What I'm asking you to do is to take us out of the conversation, because none of us want to get up here and share our personal stories about how we struggled to become parents. And no one in Pennsylvania deserves the added stress of who is in office and what those whims of those elected officials could be and how that could impact their path to parenthood. That's what this bill is about today, and that is what I'm asking all of you to join me in doing when we vote yes on House Bill 836. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 147, the nays are 55, the majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, we have some special guests who have been waiting patiently all afternoon for a few different recognitions. It's a good time to take a moment to acknowledge them. Our colleague who serves Chester County, Representative Friel, has Laura Johnson from his district office. Laura is seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. She is here with the summer legislative intern, Lauren Massengill, a Penn State grad who will be attending law school this fall. Would Laura and Lauren, the future lawyer, please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. Thank you for being here. If I can have your attention, colleagues. Representative Steele, who serves her neighbors in Allegheny County, has some special guests here. Some we have seen before, and some we are excited to welcome for the first time. We are thrilled to have Barbara O'Hara, Representative Steele's niece, who is visiting all the way from Colorado. She is joined by our frequent flyers. They've got frequent flyers here on the floor of the House. We are always glad to see Jack and how he has grown taller than me. Catherine, who is here a lot with her school. Will and Flora, who I met when she was a little baby, and now she's a big girl. Come a long way in 4 years. With these beautiful children, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. And most importantly, and the chair does need your attention for this, our colleague who serves Delaware County and is the administrator for our caucus, Representative Krueger, has a special retirement. For the chair, it's always more bitter than sweet because the chair is grateful to work another day. But for our dear friend, Wendy, who the chair met our freshman year, since we came in on the same day, Leanne and I, excuse me, you can take your comments off the floor for a moment. Thank you so much. We met when she was a freshman, and my question immediately to the then leader chief of staff was, Wendy's so nice, can she work with me? And I was told no, very quickly. And that is because Wendy Haygood had so much experience. She was not going to be able to work for some freshman from West Philly. And that's all right, because the chair had plenty of good time to work with Wendy through the years. And it's exciting that after 26 years of service with the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, Wendy is retiring, and we are so very proud of you. Wendy has had the distinct pleasure to serve with a variety of members from all over the Commonwealth who have held all types of positions in her 26 years. She has worked for the late Representative Bud George, for a former Speaker of the House, H. William DeWeese, for former representative who we greeted earlier, Representative Margot Davidson, for our current Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor, Austin Davis. She has also worked for the current members of the United States House of Representatives, former state representatives also, Congressman, where I live, Dwight Evans, Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, Congressman Brendan Boyle, while they were here in Harrisburg. And celebrating with Wendy today are her beautiful children, her daughter, April Ashe, who is our extraordinary director of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus, has followed in her mother's footsteps of serving her neighbors right here in Harrisburg, and her handsome son who has joined, Charles Ashe. It's the chair's first time meeting you. Come on back anytime with your sister to work. We are so grateful for the joy in which you served, for the pride in which you took in your work, and the integrity that you've always maintained down through the years. We look forward to you watching us on the other side from outside the building. We promise to be well behaved. Wendy, stand up. We thank you for your hard work for 26 years. The House will be at ease.
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1678, printer's number 3551 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill modernizes Pennsylvania's tax code by extending the existing gross receipts tax to digital ad revenue.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Abney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 1678. Madam Speaker, I have 2 young children that are at a very fun age where they really enjoy playing puzzle games. And you may ask what that has to do with this bill. But my 2 young kids who now are 6 and 4 years old, they are growing up in an internet and technology age where they are very skilled at going online and searching for new puzzle games that they want my wife or myself to buy for them, which is okay. But the challenge that it presents is my 2 children, they go searching for these puzzle games on an iPad that is associated with my Apple ID account. And so every time that I pick up my personal phone, even sometimes when I'm 200 miles away here in Harrisburg and back home in Pittsburgh, as I scroll through Instagram or Facebook, I get a digital ad for a kid's puzzle game. Now, you know, I think that this is an opportunity with House Bill 1678 to try to address that. What it would do is it would modernize our tax code to bring us into the 21st century. It would expand our gross receipts tax, which is currently at 5%, to acknowledge the digital age and era of the internet that we're in. And it would tax the digital ads that we see on our phones and on our apps. It would bring a lot of needed revenue to our Commonwealth, and it would address many issues, including property tax relief for a lot of our seniors across this Commonwealth. And so I want to thank the gentlelady from Philadelphia for her leadership on this. I want to thank the gentleman from Allegheny County for also being a co-prime on this. And it's my hope that one day, hopefully in the very near future, Madam Speaker, that I will be able to scroll through my timeline and I can see an ad and I can hit the Shop Now button and buy a puzzle game for my children, that at the same time that there will be a peace of mind that I will have that the big mega billion-dollar corporations will also be paying their fair share for this as well. So vote yes on House Bill 1678. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from York County, Representative Fink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on House Bill 1678. This bill has no language in it to explain how the money is going to be distributed. The only requirement is that somebody be over the age of 65. So I think it's important that we know how it's going to be distributed. Does it go to each of the 500 school districts, and is it sent out from there? Does it go directly to the individuals who are over the age of 65? Is it income-based? Does it go to those who actually need the help? Does Mrs. Smith, who makes $1 million a year, get the same amount as Mr. Jones, who can barely buy groceries? How much is actually going to come in? How much will individuals receive? Will there even be enough that we get in to give to all of our seniors? We don't know the answers to any of these questions. And while I think this is a terribly written bill, I will be voting yes to give some relief to my constituents, especially since the majority party just yesterday raided $30 million from the Property Tax Relief Fund. I have a fix for our property tax problem, but the majority party isn't interested in talking about real property tax reform. They simply want to play politics and engage in yet more political theater. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. First and foremost, I want to thank the leadership of my colleagues, Rep. Feeler, Abney, and Ingalls for bringing this bill up for discussion. I want to say that today I'm proud to speak in support of HB 1678. legislation that takes an important step forward, making some of the wealthiest corporations in the Commonwealth and in the world pay their fair share right here in Pennsylvania. For far too long, big tech companies have profited enormously from Pennsylvania consumers while contributing far less than they should to communities that they profit from. Across our Commonwealth, massive data centers are being built to support the digital economy. These facilities place growing demands on our electrical grid, and consumers brunt the effects of it. At the same time, Pennsylvania families are struggling with rising utility costs and increasing costs of living. Meanwhile, every time you open your phone, companies like Google, Meta, and Amazon are collecting data about your online activity, using that information to sell and target digital advertisement. Those digital ads generate hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue each year. Yet, despite the profits being generated from Pennsylvania consumers, that digital advertisement revenue largely escapes taxations in our Commonwealth. Most Pennsylvanians can relate to the experience of talking about a product or a vacation or a purchase that they are considering, only to see advertisement for that exact item suddenly appear on their phone. These companies have built highly sophisticated business models around collecting, analyzing, and monetizing our personal information. And they are making profit while doing so. This is why HB 1678 is so important. House Bill 1678 establishes a 5% tax on digital advertising revenue generated by major technology companies. This bill is projected to generate more than $500 million in annual income that can be invested directly into the needs of our citizens. As electric bills continue to rise and families face increasingly financial pressure, Pennsylvania should not be asked to shoulder the burden alone while multinational companies continue to reap benefits in the billions from our data. HB 1678 is about fairness, it's about affordability, and it is about standing up for working families. Pennsylvanians deserve leaders who will champion affordability works to lower costs and stand up to big tech billionaires when they are not paying their fair share. HB 1678 reflects that kind of bold leadership. I urge my colleagues to support HB 1678 and help ensure that the benefits of Pennsylvania's economy are shared more fairly by everyone, including the corporations that profit from it. Thank you for your time today.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia County, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentlelady from Philadelphia County for presenting the legislation for us to consider this afternoon. The gentlelady is familiar with my district, and we have enjoyed collaborating on various points of policy in the past. This afternoon, Madam Speaker, as we consider House Bill 1678, I review the intent on the bill, and while I can't insinuate that here on the floor, I understand that the bill's purpose is to tax digital advertising in an effort to produce tax relief for our senior populations. Madam Speaker, I take with great pride knowledge that I have collaborated with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in prior sessions to increase the income caps and eligibility requirements for property tax relief. And so I admire the intent of the bill. However, Madam Speaker, when we look at digital advertising, there are companies who directly serve our fixed income senior populations. And you don't have to take my word for it, Madam Speaker. These advertising libraries are publicly available through Google and Meta and other SEO-generated platforms. This data is also available along with Nielsen consumer data that we can then see which industries are targeting support through digital advertising senior citizens in their customer base. Madam Speaker, we have industries like Medicare Advantage plans, prescription drug plans and healthcare services, life insurance and final expense insurance, retirement income planning and annuities, estate planning, elder law services, hearing aids and hearing care services, dental implants, vision care. The list goes on, Madam Speaker, of industries that use digital platforms and digital advertising to better reach the senior citizens that they support. Madam Speaker, across our Commonwealth, our seniors in rural districts like mine are able to access these vendors and these companies that would otherwise not be able to in a physical brick and mortar fashion. Madam Speaker, if a tax were to be levied on the digital advertising, these organizations, like any other business here in Pennsylvania, would face an increased cost of goods, which ultimately would be passed on to the consumer, which is the very population group that we seek to support with this property tax relief. Madam Speaker, there may be opportunities in a bicameral manner to provide carve-outs for industries that are targeting and supporting our fixed-income seniors so that their cost of goods do not go up. But Madam Speaker, that language is not reflected in the bill as presented before us today on final passage. And so despite the intent and my prior support and advocacy for allowing fixed-income seniors to face a reduced tax burden, passing on that cost and taking $1 from the right pocket and putting it in the left pocket is not something that I can support, and so I will respectfully be voting against House Bill 1678. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people who live, work, and retire in our districts are facing a perfect storm right now. We all hear it in our district offices. The cost of everything is too high. Groceries, utilities, gas, through the roof. And federal cuts to social services are hurting people even more, destroying what little stability many people thought they had. That means poor people, that means working class people, and that means middle class people in all of our districts are suffering right now. Again, I don't need to tell you that because we all hear it in our district offices, from east to west and north to south. Through it all, small businesses and those same working people manage to pay their taxes. Yet some of the wealthiest corporations in the entire world have gotten a free pass in our state for too long. That is what this bill is about. This bill is about holding those corporations accountable to pay their fair share to our Commonwealth. As you've heard, this bill would simply update our very outdated tax code. When it was created, no one could have imagined digital ads. Those ads that pop up when you're scrolling online. And as you've heard, they're trying to sell you puzzles, coffee makers, new shoes, a boat. By extending the gross receipts tax to include those digital ads, we will close a huge loophole and require big tech to pay their fair share. This is budget month in Harrisburg, and I can think of no more important issue than finding ways to make our tax system more fair and smart ways to bring in revenue. Bringing in that revenue cannot mean raising regular people's taxes. This legislation would tax big tech. As we work to finalize a fair and responsible state budget, we will need that revenue. Regular people can't pay a single dollar more, and they shouldn't have to. It's time to make these big tech corporations that are making huge profits off of us pay their fair share to Pennsylvania. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I would like to thank my co-primes, Reps. Abney and Ingalls, and Chair Steve Samuelson for getting us to this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. The chair would like to remind the members that it is the custom of the House that the prime sponsor of a bill and then the leaders get to speak last. Please remember that when you choose when to hit your speak button. And with that, we represent the gentleman from Carbon County, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the maker of the bill stand for a brief interrogation?
The gentlelady declines.
Would any member stand for a brief interrogation?
The Majority Leader, Matt Bradford, agrees to stand for interrogation.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity in reading over the language of the bill. The definition in here for property tax excludes taxes levied by the municipality. So just for clarity, so the city of the first class, Philadelphia, I believe, is the only school district that the municipality leverages the tax. So it's not a property tax that's paid directly to the school district. Just for clarity, because I would want to make sure that the folks in the city of the first class would receive relief under this.
So as you know, school taxes in most of the 500 districts represent about 85% of the typical property tax bill. This relief is specifically targeted at school property taxes.
So, okay, just a follow-up question. So this would then exclude or include the taxes that are levied in the city of the first class to the city for school districts?
500 school districts, including the city of the first class, and we appreciate you looking out for the people in all of Philadelphia, will get that property tax relief. We look forward to the same support for SEPTA and our mass transit agencies.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. On the bill?
The gentleman may proceed.
So with that said, and we had a robust debate yesterday on the House floor about some amendments and language in those amendments. And after that robust debate, it was stated that there would be an amendment put in the appropriations to address that. And from my understanding, that amendment was put in. I thank the majority appropriations chair and all the folks on the appropriations staff for voting for that amendment to fix that, to make sure that all 500 school districts, not just 8 or 10 of them, receive those dollars. And I think those are the kinds of discussions that we need to have before we come to the House floor, but because it was raised on the House floor, it was addressed. And I think that's a good thing for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that we have these debates and we have these conversations across the aisle, because sometimes it can be contentious issues. So with that said, Lord knows I've offered several amendments on this House floor over the past years, and I've been ruled out of order, unconstitutional, and everything else. But persistence. I love the quote from Winston Churchill, never, never, never give up. And I'm not gonna. In this small step here, well, I think there's a lot of issues in the underlying bill. I think we can go through a litany of them. However, I do think that through persistence, and I want to thank my colleagues in our caucus for, if you look back at the voting record, every time we came up with an issue, whether we were ruled out of order, germane, challenging the chair, constitutionality, all the other arguments that went through, we stuck together and we persistently showed that we need to address the inequities in our tax structure in this Commonwealth. Now, this is $500 million, projected possibly. I know there's going to probably be some court challenges. The concern is it's not necessarily dollar for dollar, which I would like to see a tax shift. These are new dollars coming in. It's not going to go to the general fund. It's going to go much better. It's going to go to senior citizens who are really burdened with paying this property taxes. So I think that we could say that in some ways this is a small victory. It's a small step forward. I think we have much farther to go, and I think the people of this Commonwealth that are paying these property taxes, especially after they voted for 100% homestead exemption, we have close to 2.7 million homeowners in this Commonwealth which are struggling to pay their property taxes every year. A lot of them will not see any relief in this. But I think after persistence and pursuing, and we're in the political season, that this is a step in the right direction. I think it could have went much, much farther. I would have hoped we would have got here without some of the processes that went through, but at the end of the day, I will be voting for this. I do share the good gentlewoman from York County's concerns, and I think we could do better, and I'm not going to quit, and I'll probably see more amendments from me on property tax reform as we head throughout the month of June. But at this point, we'll take that small victory from the discussion we had yesterday, and we'll move forward, and I will be voting in favor of this bill.
The chair thanks the gentleman and encourages him to continue to follow the House rules so that his amendments can actually be considered on the floor. And with that, the chair recognizes the Minority Leader, Chairman Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tax cuts generate economic growth. Tax cuts generate economic expansion. Tax cuts ultimately generate more revenue for the Commonwealth. And we've heard these arguments being made. We heard it when the governor spoke about the 7 times we've cut taxes in a large bipartisan manner and what has come from that, including this year, so far, $1 billion more in revenue than we anticipated. And it was said by the Majority Leader yesterday that this is an indication that our economy is working. The foundation laid through tax cuts is working. So why now are we saying, let's take a step backwards? And now we're back to the idea that when you're searching for revenue, where do you get it? Well, you got to raise taxes. You got to find new taxes to raise, new taxes to implement. We all voted in favor of $500 million, or I think that was the number, for property tax for relief for seniors. We could find that in half of the surplus. We don't have to find a new tax. And this is not the first time that we have put something that would potentially help residents through tax cuts in the midst of a bill with tax increases. We saw that last year with the idea of combined reporting. And who actually pays the taxes? Well, it's big business, right? Is it? Is that how our economy has ever worked? Or does it eventually work its way down to the consumer? Do we continue to fight affordability issues because those costs continue to get pushed down to the end user? It will be no different here. I can respect how many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are passionate about a reduction in property taxes, and I concur. And we saw that vote yesterday when it went up. But there is another component to this bill. It's the bill in chief. And what I'm concerned about is not so much that this is a one-off, but that this is a signal of where we're going to go as we move forward in this budget and in budgets in the future. How do we meet? We heard it. How do we meet these difficult budgets? We need revenue. No, we need economic growth. We cannot continue to chase businesses out of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You can't have a middle class if they have no one to work for. And this is not just about this bill. This is about the idea that how do we generate growth? We generate it, and we have seen it through tax cuts, through making better tax policy in Pennsylvania so we can have businesses come here and do business. There's fundamental reasons why we're Republicans and Democrats, right? One of those is how we view taxes. We believe that we can grow the economy when more people have more of their own money in their pocket. We believe that we can grow the economy when businesses look at Pennsylvania and say, that's where we want to start. Trust me, we have a robust tax structure already in place in Pennsylvania, where businesses and individuals pay taxes to support our over $50 billion budget. And in over $50 billion, if we want to give property tax relief to seniors, we can do that without adding more taxes. So as we move forward in these discussions, I would simply offer a word of caution. Let's not go revenue hunting in the form of new taxes. Let's continue what we know we need to do, which is change the demographics in this state. If more people are here, if more young people choose to stay here, start their families here, and work here, the tax base will grow and we will get more revenue. We don't need to go revenue hunting for more taxes. We need economic growth in Pennsylvania. I believe at its heart, while there are components of this bill that many members will vote for, and I understand that, and even I support, but at the heart of 1678 is an ideological question. Will we be able to tax our way to balanced budgets in the future? I don't believe we will. Will we be able to slash our way to balanced budgets in the future? I don't believe we will. I believe the only answer is, are we growing our economy? And if a bill steps in front of that objective, I need to be a no, and I will today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the good Minority Leader, I say alleluia and amen. On 7 times in a bipartisan way, we've cut taxes, and we're proposing an 8th here today. I will tell you now, last year, House Democrats, working with some in the minority party, passed an earned income tax credit at 10% of the federal level. You know well we'd like it to be 20 or 30%. We'd like to give more tax relief to working Pennsylvanians. They need it. The cost of living is too high. People need economic help. And that is at the basis of what we talk about today. The gentleman is right, and I am so glad to hear when he talks about we need growth. And he acknowledges that we have a $1 billion budget surplus. When I mentioned it yesterday, I saw some head shaking on the other side, but the Minority Leader just recognized what we all know. Tax cuts for working people result in consumption, and consumption drives state revenue coffers. We should not ever raise taxes in the predicament that Pennsylvanians find themselves in as a result of a misguided national policy that is driving energy prices berserk. Let me tell you something. We stand ready to increase our commitment to tax cuts for the earned income tax credit, what we've done in net operating loss, what we've already done increasing by folds the dependent care tax credit and the property tax rent rebate. On an issue about the demographic challenges of large corners of our Commonwealth, we stand with you in cutting the CNI, and we want to do more. And that's what we propose today. The gentleman from Columbia County rightfully says, in order to do property tax relief, you need to do a tax shift. And he says we're going to have to take money out of one pocket and put it in the other. I argue, and I recognize that I don't always agree with my friend from Columbia County, Carbon County, I apologize. But he rightfully says you need to come up with a new revenue source if you're going to do a tax shift. Here is the option. We're going to put money back into our seniors' pocket, in that right pocket. And yes, we're going to ask those who are building data centers and the biggest, richest corporations in the world to pay their fair share. So yes, we're going to have a tax shift, not a tax increase. We're going to put more money in the pocket of Pennsylvania seniors in the form of property tax relief. That is what a tax shift looks like. That is what property tax reduction looks like. And that's how you don't blow a hole in our budget. And for my friend from Carbon, we look forward to any discussions you have on how to do that, double down on that, and to make sure that Jeff Bezos and the most richest men in the world pay their fair share. That's progressive taxation, and we welcome you to the camp.
The chair thanks the gentleman.
Hold on. I got more. Now.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman may state his point of order.
If the chair has concluded with the debate, I think that we're fine with that on this side of the aisle.
It appears the chair has not concluded with the debate, and the gentleman may proceed.
Now, let me tell you what is not a tax shift, or the type of tax shift that we would never support, and one that would be irresponsible in light of the affordability crisis that we find ourselves in this country. The gentlelady from York, who I know supports elimination, and this is only a half step. It doesn't get us to full elimination. I know many would support property tax elimination, but I would ask them to look at the bill that they co-sponsored, a bill that raises the personal income tax, a bill that raises the earned income tax, the sales tax, reduces all the exemptions for food and clothing, and then adds a new tax on our retirees for retirement income. Now, my good friend from Columbia County literally talked about his concern about advertising taxes that target seniors. These are literally new taxes specifically on seniors. What we're doing today is the exact opposite of that. We are finding revenues that are there to do a property tax switch, to make sure that the biggest are paying so the seniors can pay less at a time where our seniors are stretched thin. I got to tell you something. We've heard a lot of excuses on why we can't do property tax relief. We currently have a revenue source that allows us to do exactly that. As our good friend from Carbon says, dollar for dollar, from the richest to Pennsylvania consumers who will spend that money here in Pennsylvania. That, my friends, is the best type of economics. It will grow this economy. It will deal with our demographics challenge. It will deal with this affordability crisis. This is a no-brainer. Vote for property tax relief for our seniors. Vote for House Bill 1678. And with that, Madam Speaker, I conclude.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 139, the nays are 63. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 2305, printers number 3202, page 1, supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates a temporary sales and use tax exemption for new charities.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, good gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Waxman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill creates a temporary exemption in the Pennsylvania sales tax for newly formed charitable organizations. It'll make it easier for small nonprofits to get off the ground. It was unanimous out of committee, and so I will submit the remainder of my remarks for the record. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members haven't voted on the mass roll call. 202. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 2336, printers number 3110 on page 2 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires PennDOT to include at least one question on the written driving test regarding how to drive safely in a work zone and provides for other work zone education requirements.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes Majority Chair of Transportation, Representative Nielsen from Philadelphia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for your support for HB 2336, and the rest will be on the record, Madam Chair.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, bill passed the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, on this great day in history, our colleague was born, gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Green. Happy birthday. So glad to be with you on your birthday here in the beautiful Capitol. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne County, Majority Chair of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, Representative Pashinsky, for an important announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The historic Sportsman Caucus Hunter Sharing the Harvest is today, 5:30 to 7:30 at the Hilton. All of those proceeds go to help the butchering of the Venice. Last year, over 286,000 pounds of venison was given to 14 of our food banks throughout Pennsylvania to help the people of Pennsylvania eat well. Please come share your time with us at the Hilton, and please donate towards Hunter Sharing the Harvest. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the good gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Webster, for an important announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Chairman Solomon, I wish to inform members of the House Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness Committee will hold a voting meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 10th at 10 a.m. in room 205 of the Bryan Office Building. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 9th, 2026. House Resolution 560 to Communications and Technology, Senate Bill 835 to Education, House Bill 2616 to Finance, House Bill 2614 and 2621 to Health, House Bill 2613 to Human Services, House Bill 131 and Senate Bill 45 to Judiciary, House Bill 2617 to State Government, House Resolution 561 to the uncontested calendar under Rule 35, and House Bill 2612, House Bill 2615, and House Bill 2618 to Transportation.
The Majority Leader moves the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 71, House Bill 377, House Bill 2190, House Bill 2243, House Bill 2450. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1262, House Bill 2049, House Bill 2252, House Bill 2337, House Bill 2427, House Bill 2429, House Bill 2550. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chairs in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Nelson, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, June the 10th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, June the 10th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.